Well, good. Good morning. I know. Good. my apologies. I did not sleep last. Well, no, I slept fine last night. Once I got to bed, it was just super late, super past my bedtime. Where is the? Look, here we go. Hello, camera. Well, I'm right here. Come on, bud. There you go. Okay, cool. Welcome in, Landsy and Survey. Good to see you both. Thanks for checking in. Sorry, I had to go rouse Grandpa, wake him up from his slumber. Yeah, we are going to be doing the Claude challenge today. I went ahead and I have a short list. So we've got these are just the ones that I was thinking of that Landsy also suggested, or that other people always. I do like good old reading Rainbow too. So yeah, we could do some sort of virtual arcade. Or we could do. I was thinking of like a board game type with the BGA squares, BGA tiles. Let me just. I need to write these down. And yes, I'm physically writing them down because that's what makes sense in my head. If I see it on the notepad, then I can work with it. All right, so we've got Ocean's Theme. Hello. Can I get a working pen? There we go. Let's see. The virtual bar / arcade guy like. So we'll do. And I think that's where I took. I riffed off of Survey's virtual bar / arcade. Um, Go GPSY had theme park roller coaster vibe. So I think he was thinking of well, just I think he was thinking of roller coaster tycoon, possibly. What's the other ones? Yeah, here's the board game art themes. And then there's the. If I come all the way, I like this one, Grandpa Klute's porch theme, because this is right around the time I was playing Rusty's Fishing Shack, or I was playing. No, it's not the game. I was playing uh what is the game called? Lurk Bait. No, that's that. Uh, I was playing. Oh gosh, I need to think. What game was I playing that had the fishing? Cast and chill. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I could also be uh porch / fishing shack. Okay. Yeah, GG Landsy. GG. Let's see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 different ones. I will create the poll. I don't have a floating in space specifically, but I think I would like to stay away from the space theme only because I already have a space type. Uh, it's already been. This is something new. So let me pull these up. And while I'm pulling them, let's also throw up a 2-minute social timer. Water, tea, coffee, smunk, smudge, edible, Danish, donut, delectable, whatever your heart's desire. You're free to do so at the end of the timer. All right, I'm gonna keep these short. All right, the poll has been created. Go vote in that poll. Yeah. This is a tune. No, I basically the music that we're listening to tonight. I took a song that I had created from that I actually put together in last week's playlist, like the upload list, and that's essentially what I created just off of that song. Hey, good timing. Good timing. Cheers. I appreciate y'all being here. That's delicious. So I basically I took Costco's uh margarita mix, and then I add some gin to it, and then I also made sure to put some pomegranate juice in it. Oh, it's so tasty, so tasty. So the leading consensus at the moment is ocean, and that's fine with me. I myself am split because there was so many good ideas, so many good suggestions. All right, so yeah, GG Lanzy, GG. All right. So one of the things that I like to do initially with Claude, um, before I dive straight into things, I like to try and come up with some sort of idea system uh, that I we can work through, like a list, more or less. Um, and I literally just talk to Claude as if he is a junior developer. Is probably the best way to think of it. And that's how I go about checking on his styles and whatnot in my day-to-day operations. Um, I have it set on haiku. I could go up to. I normally don't do. Yeah, I do sonnet. Sonnet 4 is usually what I do. As you can see, like I have other options for other models that I could use, but I find the most that I get the best uh, references based off Sonnet 4. Sonnet 4 also happens to be at the $20 level for Claude Code, or just Claude. And so that's what I've used like a lot of my time. Even before ChatGPT 5 came out, I was using Sonnet 4. So, all right. We got two for Ocean. All right. So, let's talk to Claude now and be like, okay. So let's think through the scenes. Let's just come up with one scene that we're gonna do. Let's think of let's try to be insightful to Claude so that, because if you give Claude too much information, that it won't I shouldn't say this. It will it it does a great job, but it doesn't do things in the right order. Okay, maybe not my order. Maybe I do things wrong. That is definitely a scenario. So I'll just talk to it like I'm talking to you all, and I'll be like, "Hey, Claude, uh, good call, Grandpa, on the water reminder." Hey, Claude, am I in Portuguese? No, I'm in English. Okay. You don't need to do this, but I like to be kind of cordial to to Claude just in case we come back in 40 some years and it's all AI. All right, we are. Let's see. Let's just think of the main. So let's think of some examples. I'm envisioning that. Help me out. Help me. Help you. I want to create some new OBS / Twitch scenes for my Twitch channel. And because we're doing this in the web browser, it won't, other than the fact that it retains the chat information, it won't retain any of the information that I've had with previous conversations. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, this. That is yes. Be polite to the overlords that are AI. Highly recommend. Um, I we were thinking ocean theme of some sort. Uh, some sort. There we go. Yeah. Oh, right. Sure. They're not overlords yet. I'm envisioning that like the top of the web page itself would be um, like the ripples, or the very top of the near the top. I don't know where it is, but like somewhere near the top, you have like the ripples of the water, so that you could it could, and this is a long shot, but this is what I'm thinking. You could theoretically have like moving boats or some like creatures that float up to the surface and appear and then like disappear again. That's probably going too deep, pun intended, too deep with that theme. But like that's kind of where my mind is currently going with this ocean theme. So it's best in the web browser. You can actually copy paste. So images. And we'll do that right now. So the other thing that we could do is we can open up a new tab. Before we get going, we'll be like, okay, let's open up a new tab. Let's think of some, let's go to Google Images. And then I'll just type in ocean themes. And see if we can come up with any sort of ideas to help us with this. So, for example, this theme, like just looking at pictures overall. So that picture looks good. The turtle looks good. This is clearly AI AI created. This is kind of cool. I like this as a, but like that's this is like really good. What do they call those? Wallpaper. Wallpaper. As I hear Wickets grumbling downstairs. Yeah, this is more of what I'm thinking. That we're actually underneath the water. So let's do a copy of this image. And we'll paste this. And then we'll copy this image. We'll paste this here. I don't want to copy. I want to copy that image. This is a good image to keep for later. I just want to see like, yeah, because we could go down, like we could have a lighthouse on one side maybe. Yes. Which one were you thinking of? Were you thinking of the one that I always use whenever I'm in Discord? That's not my Discord, Lansy. Yeah. Yeah. So I need to. You want to see how I organize my Discord stuff? All my Twitch stuff, rather. This is what, as you can see, it's not well laid out, or not well, whatever. Yeah, this is how I kind of organize things in my head. So as you can see, like there's a lot of different things to look at in here. I just have to figure out where that lives exactly. I think I had it in the GIFs. And then I think right here. Talk about this. Let me just do this. Drag and drop. And there we go. It helps to stay organized. So I already know that what happens with Claude is he is going to immediately want to jump into code. Like start coding it out. And that is not what I want to do. I want to just talk through things. So I need to be descriptive. Like I need to let Claude know, do not immediately start coding. This is what, like, we need to talk stuff out. Let's create a plan. So do not jump to coding. Let's talk through this because perhaps Claude comes up with some great things that I didn't think about. The other thing I can do is I could take a picture of this of this channel right now and be like, okay, well, this is what you gotta work with. Oh yeah, so that's the other thing. It's gotta be 1920 by 1080 pixels because we're using this on Twitch. Like that's one of the other like any sort of extra keynotes or little key things that you can think of. Definitely want to try and incorporate those into the text box itself. It doesn't have to be in order. It does not have to be bullet pointed. You just have to so I know right now that Twitch streams at 1920 by 1080p. At least all my streams do. And so when I set up my OBS, I make sure everything is at 1920 by 1080. And then we just go from there. So do keep in mind that my name, my Twitch handle is Cthulhu. And I use the Cthulhu mythos widely in my streams. By the way, can you all read that? Should I increase the image size on the text? Like, is that good? Is that's yeah, that's too zoom. Are you able to read that now, Lansy? One more. And this is what Claude will do. He will go through the directions and he'll ask you different things. Now I specifically gave him a reference to what we're working with now. And that's why he came back with the layout. So the layout considerations to keep in mind. Here's the themes. Yeah, this is this is just AI is trying to be nice to me. So I actually don't need the dono alerts. I don't need any of this. I just need a space for the community for where y'all are coming through. So basically what the way I've got it set up now so is more or less what I would like him to work with. Because the other thing to keep in mind is I always have that bottom black bar that you see with the running text for the music that's currently playing, and it's got the Pokemon like that all stays in my mind, like that stays exact. So it's going to be a little bit tricky trying to get Claude to work with I forget what the exact measurements are, but that's where it's like I know that I can work with whatever code that he gives me. I can work with that as long as it's in the 1920 by 1080p. So this is where I would type back and be like, okay, looks great. Other than I have a few comments. We don't need recent followers or donation alerts. Donation alerts. Yo, hello. Is it is it Alio Am I pronouncing that correctly? Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. We're working through some we're vibing with Claude at the moment. Trying to come up with a new theme. Welcome in. Welcome to the channel. We got the ocean imagery is great. I'm doing well, by the way. Sorry, I didn't answer your question. I'm doing great. I woke up from a nap after. Yesterday was just a blur. I played a new game and it's just absolutely amazing. Achilles Survival, and we'll probably be playing that at some point in the near future. And needless to say, I was up way late, way too late. I was up till 2 a.m., which is, if anyone knows me, like that is much later than my normal curfew on Friday nights. Friday nights I like to stay up till like 11:30 midnight, and 2 a.m. exceeds that. So I literally just took a nap not too long ago. Oh yeah, I like the parallaxing. So as I'm reading down through this, we got some questions that Claude's actually coming up with, that he's presenting to us, and that's what I'm going off of. All right, so we've got. I like the mysterious deep ocean. Definitely enjoy the Cthulhu elements leading into the Eldritch theme, and I actually don't want him to worry about the overlays too much. Yo, survey, safe driving. You can ARP. Sorry, you can ARP. I apologize. I do have a, what do they call it? I have a ducking set up on my microphone so that I don't. What is it? It's so I don't. I sound over, like it will automatically duck the music that's playing or duck any audio that's playing so that it will take care of that. So that may be what you're hearing, is that I'm just not enunciating well enough for the microphone to be picked up. All right. What do you think, guys? Should we go with, for the mood? I could be swayed either way. I could be swayed to doing like a serene ocean vibe. I could be also swayed in using some sort of Eldritch, which is going to be a deeper, darker theme, I think. So let me pull that. Eldritch or Serene. And we could also have a mixture of both. Yeah, yeah. Lansy, I'm totally picking up what you're laying down. Parallaxing. So let me just explain what parallax is. In case you're not aware, parallax is where you have one main background, and then you layer it with another background that slightly covers up the space, and then you layer it again with more. I don't need any widgets. So I understand what Claude's trying to do is trying to think through like all the different elements, I think, that it believes I need. I don't need those. I'm looking for some sort of imagery, and I'll show you what I mean by this. Let me find this one. Yeah. I'm looking for something like this. So what I should do is just take a picture of this and then upload it to Claude. I'm just going to attach it right here. And be like, this is what I'm looking for. You don't need to worry about the other elements. Like, we just need to create some sort of background image so that I can utilize that in a future stream. Because I can create all the other elements that go around it. I don't mean basic. I mean basic, but and you all voted Eldritch, which I get. Let's do subtle Eldritch vibes. I don't need. What did you say, Lansy? Yeah, I don't need. I'm gonna be able to manipulate all these things after I have the basic image, and hopefully it's gonna be a moving image, as what I had done previously. All right. There we go. Now I'm just reading. This is very similar to how you would set up a parallax environment. And these are great. These are great technical considerations that I want. I would love every person to like keep in mind is sometimes with webcams and other images, like sometimes there's just too much busyness. I think is probably the best word. It's too busy, and sometimes it just needs to be noticeable, but like not like okay. Let's again. I don't mean to say this, but like let's look at this image in particular. And board games, James. Yeah, welcome in. Yeah, says the guy who has all these bats trailing around. Yeah, trail mix. my favorite healthy snack. Thank you so much for 29 months. How you doing? And you got the special fishing rod there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Board Games James. Welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm looking for a very subtle animation style in the background here. So this is what I'm more or less thinking of. It's slow moving. It doesn't have to be forceful. Maybe a boat comes across the scene every now and again, similar to the bats. All right, so it asked me it asked me some really good questions here. Regarding the I also added I also hang on. You guys haven't been around here and I haven't had chance I haven't had the most opportune time to show it off. Y'all can control the lights, by the way. No one's messed with the lights yet. But yeah, so you can control the lights. I also created this wonderful shelf here. Never mind the elephant ear that is blocking the Jurassic Park T-Rex in the background there. But yeah, there's all these other subtle nods that I added that you can see, that you can adjust with the lights. If you want to see it, let's just take care of it. Let's go with the bonfire theme. Die 2. There you go. So you have dies 1 through 5 available, and you also have you just hit the what is it, the lights, and there you go. I know. I know. That's that's sometimes an issue when I don't know why that is. It's easier. It's easier like this. Oh, beans. Where? Okay, GIFs. There's GIFs. Come down here. Here's the issue. In terms of the mic / video syncing, I thought I had it dialed in, and clearly I just didn't have it dialed in enough. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I was synced, but I could be wrong. This is not a USB sync. Yo, Greg boy, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, that's the way I was thinking, Lansy too. But I don't know. Who knows? Once the images goes across and out into the Twitchiverse, whatever. Who knows? Technology. I tell you what. Let's go with subtle eldritch eldritch elements. I like a gentle swaying / floating, and then also, by the way, happy Saturday. I didn't mention that, but happy Saturday. GG Trail Mix, Lansy, and myself picking up that Pidgey. How's everyone else doing? Are you all having a great Saturday? Great weekend? Uh, I don't know. I'm just typing and not speaking out loud either. I can't speak and type at the same time. I just can't do it. I don't know why. I just can't do it. Dot. There we go. So all these are great. I love the gentle water swing, the light caustics, dancing on the. So that's more or less talking about the light coming down to shine onto the ocean floor. This is exactly what I'm envisioning. With some random craft, it doesn't have to feature any people in it. Just randomly comes across. Maybe it throws out a it's a what do they call those? The crab boat. It casts the crab. What the heck is that called? Crab fishing boat. This is great. I love this because this means that like we can the boat itself comes out every. This is great. These are all perfect. Oh, and then we could also crab pot. Thank you. Also, the boat could be potentially caught by a tentacle, which would be me. This may be a little bit too much. And like I said, we may be going a little bit too into the weeds here. And yes, this is this is obviously right on brand. No, that's I'm just now I'm just checking over the general layout that Claude is presenting to us. Um and going off that. So all of that's great. These are great. Yo, Ayla Zulu. Oh, and you caught the prize ladle. GG, GG. Thank you so much for the prime sub. You only get one of those a month. I appreciate the fact that you used it here. That, you caught the ladle. So the ladle is a social timer. 2-minute social timer going up. Right now. Water, tea, coffee, smunk, smudge, edible Danish, donut, delectable. Whatever your heart's desire, you're free to do so at the end of this timer. Yeah, these are all good. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these. Copy all this. And I'm going to save it to a notepad. And then we're going to start up a new chat. Paste. And honestly, just go. that's all. And this is what happens. So Claude's gonna start to work through. This is what I can't do. It's gonna try and randomize some of this information, and you can start to see what's working out. Now this is all written in HTML/web programming. So that is what is going on right now. That is what you're seeing. It's written in HTML5 actually. And why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because within OBS, you can actually run these websites as their own standalone products, more or less. And then we also get, so we're going to get two things. Now, unfortunately, I can't actively show you this information yet. But what I can do is I can copy all of that code. Let's see, how did I do this before? I copied the code. Well, I'm running on widescreen monitor, so that may be of some help. Yo, Wakeless9, welcome in. Good to see you, bud. Cheers. What? Oh, yeah. That's what I can do. If I create a new folder here, we're going to use, what were we saying this is? This is the community challenge. And then I create a new text document because it doesn't matter. I'm going to rename it to an HTML document. And then I edit it in Notepad, and I paste all this information. I save it. I know you can't see it. But then I choose to open this in Brave. And this is what Claude came up with. So I'm starting to notice a few things that I don't like. And these are things that we can fix. It almost seems like some of the beams of light are coming up from the bottom of the surface as opposed to coming from the top. There are small tentacles that are barely visible down here that are waving back and forth. All right, so we need to. They are not very detailed. And you can see, yo, Sage Salia, welcome in. Good to see you. Does anyone else see glowing eyes? I mean, there was the glowing eyes right there. They're flashing. Yo, Martin Falkwing, welcome in. Happy Saturday. Good to see you. I still don't see any. Hey, I see no boat. No boat to be had. All right. And this is where you start to like just work with Claude. You're gonna be like, I don't see it the way that you see it. I don't see the boat. Let's come up with some bullet points though. I feel like some of the light beams, they're shining, but because of the way that I can see it's very subtle in terms of the ocean waves on the top. May have led you astray with the wave ripples. Yo, Moon Dies, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, the first social. How about that? We made it nearly an hour without anyone redeeming the first social. GG. 2 minutes social timer going up. Water, tea, coffee, smog, smudge, edible Danish, donut, delectable. Whatever your heart's desire is, you're free to do so at the end of this timer. Yo, Trail Mix, hit the balls command. Or don't. Try balls with an S on it. There you go. How about that? We've lost 25 balls. Pokeballs. GG. Wakeless 9, Trail Mix, Lansy, and myself. GG. Envisioning. There we go. More dynamic, similar to where there would be space between, or the smallest boat to randomly come across the screen. We're just gonna go like that. There you go. Perfect. Cheers. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, good call on the water right after the fact, Lansy. So this is the other thing to keep in mind. In terms of test purposes, for code versus animation, I do like I like the fact that it automatically thought to beef it up to 15 to 35 seconds as opposed to 3 to 5 minutes, and going from there. Yeah, thank you for the follow, the man. Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. All right, so let me copy this code. Now, normally you wouldn't have to do. Whoops, that's the old one. Normally, you wouldn't have to edit it like this. We'll find out real quick if it's different. Yeah, but it is different, but it's still barely noticeable. Yeah, GG Trail Mix, GG. Ooh, a new sync. Syncs are fun. So we need to. There's a couple more things. Yo, we're actually coding as part of the community challenge that I had going on, back in mid-June. It was to come up with new OBS scenes, or a scene specifically. Basically a background scene, and then I could work with Claude to create the rest of the details, similar to if you were here. But you would know. But it's all good. It's for basically creating a scene like this, except for I did it with something. So I'm gonna do not be alarmed. I'm about to signify a scene transition, okay? You'll see exactly what I mean. Because I created this entire transition using Claude. So that was more or less what I did. You're gonna get it again. Yeah, it does. That's what I was working. That's what I did. Now that took several tries, like several takes to get it that way. Which is why I understand that like Claude itself is not always intuitive to know exactly what I mean. This looks good, but it could look a lot better. All right, I still. Let's not focus on the bow at the moment. I want the rest of the image to look better, and then we can also add on the boat later. This is what I mean by saying sometimes if you present too many ideas to Claude, like it doesn't know always the best ones to use and gravitate towards, so it'll try and combine them all, and it shouldn't do that. I was expecting it to come up with a like structured list of things, like how I normally go through in all my coding. I normally have a curated list of things for it to work on, but it didn't create the list. The sunlight. Where do we want to start? Let's start with the ripple effects on the top, because it is way too. I'm envisioning it should be dark down here and gradually gets lighter towards the top. I don't know if you guys can see it, but like I can barely see ever so slightly. There's a wave that appears. So I want some blue sky above, gentle waves beneath, and then the rest of the ocean. Very nice. I feel you on that one. Go birds. Now if this still doesn't work, which I have a feeling it might not. Whoops. Whoops. We can always come back into a new chat and try again. Yeah, this I'm still not seeing the waves. I'm not seeing. So there's a few different ways that we can tackle this. We can either tackle it. I have too many of the tabs open. It's still bad. I'm thinking because we've got. No, I'm actually using the web browser. This is the web browser version of Claude, which is why. And I know you can use Claude code in. There's several different variations. You can use Claude code in VS Code. You can use the Claude code IDE, but I never liked those IDEs. I got real used to using Claude code from the browser as opposed to anything else. So this is primarily what I use my coding when I'm working with coding is through Claude Code browser because reasons. We're just gonna go with that with reasons. In particular. So I'm still not feeling this. Let's grab. Want to grab this text? Here's what I'm thinking. All right. This, I'm thinking that we're just going to start over again because I feel like I led it astray with the boat information. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna remove all that and the tentacle grab, all that stuff. I'm just gonna remove that. I'm going to start, but I'm gonna pull up a new chat. Is what I'm gonna do. And this can totally happen. This is frequently happens with me. Sometimes I find out the code is not like Claude's not writing the code correctly. But what I do appreciate is the fact that all right, that's saved locally. We're just gonna spin up a new one. This is the old chat that I had, and I've cleaned up a little bit. I'm gonna add this underneath. And then the other thing that I can do is if I type that into Google search and I just look at the images, like this is an image I can use. So I could copy this image and I can paste it in here. Nowhere C. Thank you so much for 15 months. Hello, how you doing? I mean, perfect pull. Perfect pull there. Thank you, Nowhere C, for the 18, 15 months. 15 months. GG. I was flattered just because you pulled me from the pond. Nuke! Hello, so good to see you. Happy Saturday. One key difference is I'm just copying images and pasting them in here. Typically what I would do is I would also write in, like I would save the images locally. We'll see if this one is better than the other one. So to keep you in mind, this was what Claude created the first time. And now we're gonna see if this is anywhere better. Is it? Yeah, this is no big deal. This is not GG, Moon Dice. GG. 111. Those are angel numbers. So I think these are the eyes down here. There's definitely some movement across the screen. I was worried about this. Sometimes Claude doesn't do so well with some of these. Ocean is hard, man. Yo, hi David, how you doing? We're gonna go ahead and stand up. Why all those? Why all the numbers? All the percentages? Why did it do that? There we go. I just switched over. Yeah, I don't think it knows. Can you create? Let's try. It's too subtle. And this is what happens. Like it'll start to go. It'll work through its processes, and it'll work through to try and fix everything. And this is where yeah. Where's that image? I need that image, Moon Dies. Where's this one? I need that one. Because these are not waves. Water could be an issue for us to continue this. Yeah, right. Good job, Claude. Good job. You're doing exactly what I thought you'd be doing. Not looking like water's swelling to me. I'm not an artist though. um envisioning actual waves. Can we find one? Because it's trying to mimic this. Even though like this is what I'm thinking of, like it's not. when viewed inside the ocean. This is similar. This is also similar. Yeah, I have included several reference pics for Claude. This is probably the best one for me to use right here. So I'm going to copy this image. We're going to paste that image in here. If this still doesn't work, that's fine. This is also a good image. That's one. Oh, this is not it at all. Yo, Blue Buddha, welcome in. Good to see you. There you go, Blue. Just for you. Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Technically speaking, this image could also work. Now let's see if this actually works, though. Oh, yeah. GG, good call. Good call. I totally missed it. 2 minutes social timer going up for the West Coast 420. Water, tea, coffee, smog, edible Danish, donut, delectable. Whatever your heart's desire is, you're free to do so at the end of this timer. Yes, that's right. 422 is 422. Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted, Claude. This now captures that authentic ocean look with the white-capped waves breaking on the surface, just like the real ocean photos you shared. That's right. I was thinking the exact same thing, Moon Dies. This is how you know, like, now I could be prompting it wrong. It's certainly possible. But does this seem like what we described to Claude? Because I don't think so. Like, these are definitely white caps. But they're not the same white caps I was envisioning. Oh, it's 100% a skill issue. That's yes. That's exactly what I was thinking, Moon Dies. Yeah, this is a good. This is really honestly, this is good for me to show off what Claude cannot do. If anything, Claude cannot handle. I wouldn't be able to look that corner shelf. All right, I couldn't think of it conceptually how to draw it out. I really couldn't. For whatever I can draw, I can sketch 2D images, but 3D images is a huge nope for me. I knew picking the ocean theme was going to be a challenge from this perspective, but that's also why I wanted to roll with it to show you how either time consuming can be, how much you have to reprompt just to get the initial basics, and then how much there is actually going into all of this. Never mind all the environmental effects that happen from this. Well, I enjoyed working with Claude on other projects, but I knew this was going to be a challenging project, Greg boy. And the only reason why it's showing up like this is because I have dark mode on. So that's why we weren't able to see it before. Yes. Yeah, see? This is because I actually don't mind it speaking nicely to me. There's some people who they want their AI to basically degrade them, and that is not me. That's not my vibe. Greg, I agree. Like, if I yeah, okay, this is much better. Um, so coding can be fun. Um, we're starting to get somewhere though. This is more or less the scene that it just created. Obviously these white this white stuff right here that's just floating back and forth. Not really what I wanted. So we need to clean this up a little bit. These are all the previous iterations. Now this iteration was actually looking good. All right, so I would expect the white stuff to be on top of the waves when they are moving back and forth. What are some other considerations? What was this? We want to say like within the top. What would that be? Top 20%? first 20%. Because like what I'm thinking, yeah, it is running a little slow. What I'm thinking of is the top. This top section would be like where the waves are. We could potentially have like a boat that comes through, and then the bottom section would be all underwater. That is normal. What you saw there is totally normal. That does happen. It'll think it has it, and then it'll be like, nope, just kidding. I don't have it yet. False alarm. And you did you? I don't think you did. This happens too, where it will think it has corrected everything, and then it'll have to look into the issue. Totally normal. These are all normal things that I've noticed that Claude does. I know I'm right. You don't need to stroke my ego, Claude. All right, so that looks way better. Landsy, we need to play that tomorrow. Speaking of, so yeah. By the way, for those of you that are unaware, I do play board games. And that is what I start off doing is playing board games on BGA, and we still do that every Sunday, starting at noon Eastern. Hello, hello. All right, so this looks great. This looks better than it was. However, um, I see. This is where I'm saying, like, I clearly did not tell Claude that this needs to be flipped in terms of the ratio. So I'm expecting all of this to be up top, and then everything below. So we just need to flip this. Whoops. I want more deep ocean. I want more ocean than sky. That looked great otherwise. Some of these can be fine tuned yet still. Like the waves and the wave, like this is what I'm saying, like hang on, I'll make that into a command real quick. Uh check again. In the image I'm seeing, and then I'm gonna reference this. It's not gonna know it. This is version. This is V8 latest. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because you can actually click on this, and you can step back in the different versions, and you can look at the different versions as it moves forward in the code. So like, I was this is where we started off in version 1, and let's go to like version 4 with the Mario, and then lastly, like, this is version 8. But I told it specifically I'm looking at version 8 latest code, and this is what's happening. Don't mind me. I'm just creating a new command. Let's see if that worked now. Yeah, yeah. See. All right. Let's find out if it looks better or not. It does look better. Okay. This does looks better. We could probably tighten this up even more. Because yes, Moon does that. Yes, we, yep. Yeah. All right, that looks good. Let's make, yeah, you're right. It's today's not wholesome. Tomorrow's wholesome. Tomorrow we're gonna have total wholesome vibes. Let's make the waves more apparent in their movement, and let's lose. Oh, beans! Stop. I'm just gonna tell it to lose the white caps at the moment. I don't think you did. Check again. I can still see a white. What that? It looks like a white line. Yeah, yeah. See. Tell me I'm wrong. What I will say is it's still there. Oh, what you got a spoonful of, Moon Dies? What I was gonna say is I do appreciate the fact that it writes in comments into the code. I wonder if it's this foam stuff. Now, again, this is where if I take a screenshot of this, and I just ask him like, is the foam code what I'm seeing as the white caps? Because yeah, you didn't. Is it in there still? I have a feeling it's gonna be all of this code. We haven't even gotten to the Eldritch Shadows yet, the glowing eye, any of this. Sparkle. Wave wells. But why? What? Okay. GG Landsy. GG. You caught the jelly scent. GG. It's still there. Okay. So I think I've shown what Claude can't do. Waves are. I have to be honest. Waves are particularly difficult. Um, and while we do have plenty of examples, I don't think I myself have ever seen something that's been captured in order to specifically see or show, like, outside of those couple of images. Like, this image is pretty on par with what I'd expect. Yeah, let's try that. I like the ramen noodle lips. Yeah, I think that may be why. Let's see what happens when I tell tell Claude to do this. The good news is, like, we could always go back to a different version of Claude code, but, or I'm sorry, of the design we're currently working on. I don't see. Do you see ramen noodle waves in there? I don't. Other than this white line got longer. Try this. More noodles. What is it? It says big curly noodles. It created as a totally separate layer. There's a second one. So it's coming up with medium squiggly noodles now. Whoops. This is the only issue, is sometimes it will hang. I know it's working because because of this image still rendering, but that's why. Yeah, it's still working, because I could tell, like, on the right hand side, every now and then it'll bump down a little bit more. The scroll wheel is a good indication that it is still working. All right, so it did change up some things. And then sometimes you have to poke it every now and then. Continue developing. It was working on it. Do you not see the noodle layers in there, Lansy? Yeah, that's because it's still working on the noodle layer. Yeah, we got no nudes. No noodles. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna go fishing at this point. My goodness. This can happen where it starts to slow down. I don't know why it slows down. Because it's clearly working on the code. It's clearly still functioning. I've never had to make it continue twice over though. If if this still doesn't work, uh, I will vote that we try out one of the other examples. Like the board game themed one seemed interesting, or Grandpa Klute's. Yeah, we can also try that way too. Or Grandpa Klute's fishing shack. Yeah, I'm thinking board game one would be dope too. Yo, Diana the dog groomer, welcome in. Happy Saturday. How you doing? That's kind of poetic justice that Hal would appear while we're coding with Claude, but you know, whatever. Oh, now this is getting better. This is better. I can already start, like, I appreciate these waves. I've never hit so many responses. Or continues. Moon Dies, you suggested noodles. We got some noodles going on. GG. GG, Moon Dies. GG. I'm gonna throw up a 2-minute social timer because Lansy pulled the pride ladle from the pond. Water, tea, coffee, smog, smudge, edible dish, donut, delectable. Whatever your heart's desire is, you're free to do so at the end of this timer. Wowzers. All I'm going to say is wowzers to this code. These animation attributes are fucking bonkers. I just want you to see like how bonkers these are. Look at all these numbers. How what? What is going on here? What the heck, Claude? What did you do? In other news, this is what it looks like though. There's a lot of values in that. Yeah, we'll address the gradients here in a moment. I was more or less focused on the waves in the movement itself than I was in the other ones, like with the gradients and stuff. Too much bounce in them. Yeah, we could also suggest it slowing. We try it next. So that was code 19. The other thing that we can always do is I can spin up a new GG Landsy, GG. I can always spin up a new chat. Actually, let me try that because this is going way too slow. All right, so I have the code. I'm gonna do this. I paste. So that's what happens when you paste a large code block that's too large for the text editor to handle it. It will automatically, and this is the same across all web browser. I'm sorry, all AI chat logs that I found. There's a constraint in here for how much you can actually type, and that's perfectly acceptable. Now, the other thing that I can do is I'm going to grab this. I'm going to tell it, like, this is what I'm going for. What do we want to cut? Bounce? And they're bounce. So it's reutilizing the animations, like the previous conversations that I've documented and logged myself in order to try and come up with a better solution. This is basically taking my code and writing it in such a way that it can utilize it and then make the edits. And that's what it's doing right now. It's making the edits right now. I I'm just going through and closing all the tabs from the previous created iterations that we had. While we wait, that's what I'm thinking of doing. I also love the titles that it's created for these. Ocean Scene, Maximum Noodles. Oh, that's better. This is already better. Yeah, this looks like this is good code at the moment. All right, so I'm copying that code. I'm saving it. All right, and then now we need to work on the gradient layers that are going from the ocean, from the waves. What do you think the percentages would be to go from the 20? So we've got 20% for the top, which leaves us with 80% for the last. Like the next areas? Should it be like percentage based? Should we go 20% across the board, so it's 20, 20, 20 all the way down? Or should we add more colors? I agree, Lindsay. That's what we're gonna end up doing. I'm looking at the overall image itself at the moment, and I'm thinking that potentially we'll have a boat that comes across. Uh, yeah, because I'm envisioning that there would be a boat that potentially comes across here. There is. I guess not. I guess you can see it totally on here. But let me grab this code regardless, because I don't think it updated everything. This is its new scene. And again, I was envisioning that there would be some boats. So we could potentially have the sky again. Why don't we try that? Because I don't see the gradients like I do. I see one gradient here and then nothing. So that's what makes sense to me and myself. I could be. I won't know until I see it. Because this is web based, it should be container based in the same sense that it should just be able to. Yeah, you didn't do that. Did you, like I don't see that happening. All right, we're working. So this is my issue. I have ADHD, so I sometimes I mix two ideas at once, and I just need to articulate the fact that I need to focus in on one idea and get that one idea done, and then I can focus in on the other idea and get the other idea done. So I see what it did. It gradiated. It did the gradient level on the gradient layering on the sky, despite what it says it did. It did the percentage based on the sky. No. You could add any layers that you want, and I don't see it. And this is what it does sometimes. Sometimes it has to rebuild the entire code base in order for it to work. Hey, there we go. That this is more in line with what I was thinking. But look how long it took us to get to this moment, right? We've been at this since about 6 p.m. and it's taken us all the way up until now. So 2 hours and 10 minutes it's taken us to basically get to just this portion of where I was thinking in my head. Now it's not as clean as I want it to be. Like there's still some elements to clean up here, but we've got the motion in the waves. We still need to work on the gradients a little bit more because there's still like there's an obvious gradient difference between when it moves from I don't know what to call it. I can see there's this entire bar that's right here that goes all the way across. And sometimes you can see it and other times you can't, but I can see it on my screen, so therefore I'm assuming that everyone can see it. GG Lansy, GG. So there's two ways that we could go about doing this. I can either look in the code or I don't know the best way of doing it either. I think the other way that I could do this is I could just take a screenshot of that. I'm going to paste this in, and I'm going to say, I see a dark moon rising. It is raining in Lurkbait. I think I accidentally changed the weather in Lurkbait. I don't know what it is. I see this gradient that starts it starts at where the waves end. It needs to be smoothed out more. Yeah. Let's see if this was any better. I don't know if it is or not. It's less noticeable. I'm sure it's one of the layers that Claude's working with. So this is a hell of a lot better. All right, but at this point, I could start to utilize and be like, okay, this is a great starting point. Let's continue to work with this, and we will. I just have to do a quick. I had to do a quick beverage refill. I am nearly out of water, so I'll be right back. All right, so this looks great. So, what are some of the other things that we had that we were gonna do? There were bubbles. I want to stay away from creating the fingers, the glows, the not that one. I want to stay away from these things. These beams of light. Speaking of beams of light, 2 minutes social timer going up. Water, tea, coffee, small, judgeable, Danish, donut, delectable. Whatever your heart's desire is, you're free to do so at the end of this timer. What's some of the other things that we talked about at the very initial start of the conversation? Let's work on the floating particles. The ocean bubbles. And this is where I'm not sure if I should let that go and start a whole new conversation, or if I should just continue. Like I've always just continued on with the conversation. But that's me. Mm. I don't know if I see them. Anybody see bubbles? I don't see bubbles. I still don't see the bubbles. Uh, and for testing purposes, let's have them start the initial load. Ah, come on, type. And this could just be a limitation of the HTML. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. So now, what I think I'll do is I'll just start a new chat. Be like, here's the code I got. I'm copying this. Now there are some elements I want to erase here. So I don't want that. We don't need any of that because we've already fixed it. I think I should eliminate this layered structure too. I don't think we need this one. Remove that. Removing all this parallaxing malarkey. But what I will do is I'm going to copy. Oops, see. I was just my unfortunate nature of copy paste. And then what we need. And that sometimes Claude thinks it has coded the elements, and then you come back and it even says itself. It's like, I see you started it, but it's not fully implemented yet. It's like, yeah, that is reason number 1,000. I think most people will get something to a certain point, and then they will start up a new chat and begin the new chat with the old chat's code in order to begin the new element that they want to work on. There's some bubbles. The bubbles are subtle, but they're always in the same location. So let's randomize the bubbles locations and the bubble size as well. And I'm watching the animation. The animation should stop whenever it gets to the wave animation. So now that we have it implemented, we're just enhancing these bubbles. It's not that Claude did a bad job. It's just I'm expecting more out of Claude, which is great because like that's what we should be doing. We should be expecting more from our more from the AI. But I just could sense like right away, like this bubble in particular, it does float from side to side, but it's always coming up from the same location. And there's other bubbles. I just watch bubbles as they float up. So I'm watching this bubble right here, and it's going at a different speed, which is great. But as it comes up to here, you don't lose it until it gets into the sky. Thank you, Trail Mix. Okay, these are random bubbles. Um, Sometimes there's overlapping, though. That happens at the same location. Do you see this? There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 that are all going up the same pattern. There's another one. In my opinion, like these aren't randomized enough. I would expect the bubbles to be random, but I'm only looking at half the code here, or half the page. But I'm still not wrong. Like there's consistently 4 or 5 bubbles that come up from this side, this left hand side. I mean, that's about as good as a picture as I'll get. So it's a combination of CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. So I'm good at HTML. I'm decent at CSS, but my CSS skills will never look as good as this. Oh, it just hang on a second. What just happened? I mean, these are all good sized bubbles. I'm watching their path. So I'm seeing there are some there the bubbles aren't disappearing. Because I could still track the bubbles up till it gets into the white. But the randomness is best now, except for that one. You could tell like it just refreshed the entire scene. So now I want it to be updated. So that it can loop on itself. Because the idea is, this is just going to be running in the background, and it should just automatically loop. Now I'm just instructing it to be on a loop pattern for a certain amount of time, stopping, and then starting up again. And let's verify that. It's creating functions for all these, which makes sense. I still need to address at the moment at which they disappear. And now the only question remains: should we add particles that are slowly floating down to the bottom of the screen? So there, that's the stop. And then it should theoretically start up again. And it did. But the other thing is, am I being too critical on this? Probably. Probably. I'm sure there's some way. Yeah. No. I still see bubbles in the sky flying too high. No, I still see the bubbles. This could just be a thing that I end up putting to a different chat. And that's not correct either. And I'll take a screenshot to show what I mean. I would expect this bubble to disappear. Yeah. This could just be a math issue too. Because if you're noticing it, it's going off of pixels. Let's wait to capture like right now. No. So again, this is where I'm going to stop that. I copied the code. We're going to paste the code into a new chat. I'm going to say to Claude, this is where saving multiple pieces of code and then be able to pull it up so you can reference it or screenshots like this. Oh, beans. Like this. And show Claude exactly where you don't want it to be. It is. So I'm watching these bubbles rise, Lou. And I know I'm being really nitpicky right now, but I feel like I have to be, because when they break this wave area, it's kind of jarring. I know that you like the average viewer, you probably won't recognize this. But if I noticed it, it's enough that kind of throws me off my game that I would be nitpicking. Yes. That's that's what I like to see. All right, you're gonna see it now. So let's watch these bubbles, right? They're gonna disappear right around here. And it's some of them they'll disappear before that. But the fact is, like, they eventually disappear. So now we've got the waves, we got our bubbles, and we're gonna say, "Great job, Claude. Great job." I have this. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna riff on it, and I'm gonna ask it to create particles. Is that how they were? Yeah, these are just particles that are drifting from the top, and they're slowly going to the bottom. So just to show you, this is the first iteration of what Claude expected. And then we added the noodles, thanks to Moon Dice, and got the waves working correctly. And then we worked on the gradient level. And then we got the bubbles working. But they weren't really working. They're definitely working. And then these are the bubbles more randomized. And finally, these are the bubbles that are randomized on a loop and with disappearing functions. Uh, no, no. I'm specifically telling it to do that. I'm specifically telling Claude to add the particle effect to the code base and drift down. Yo, Fatty Carrot, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. How you doing? How is Silk Song, by the way? Yeah, Bobby Bats. Thank you so much for 17 months. And thank you for giving thanks to Holmes B. Bobby, how you doing? Good to see you, bud. I enjoyed your stream. I've been enjoying your streams too. Congratulations on getting partner. Partner. We could only hope. Hey, congratulations on getting an affiliate. And do you have first badges left to give out? Can, can still can people still purchase first badges? I don't see these particles. I see the bubbles. Bubbles. But not the particles. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good, man. I see only bubbles. And sometimes you have to tell Claude. If Claude can't tell on what was that? We tried 3 times. Yeah, tried 3 different times. On the third time, it should start to go through and debug the issues. But I still don't see the particles. I see only bubbles. Fix it. And this could be, it could just be a CSS or a JavaScript error. Mm-hmm. I don't know. If I refresh this page, I still don't see the particles. Just bubbles. Uh, let's change the particles. What color were these particles? These were basically like off gray white. Still can't see them. Oh, yeah, I barely see them. They should load. No, 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 no. Stop, 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 stop. I don't want you to do that. Stop. Stop. Because I just had a thought. I want to edit this. So, yo, Mr. Rex Stark, welcome in. Good to see you. Yes, 3 hours and 3 minutes we've been going for. GG. How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Um, let us create. Hang on. I want to do this. Create a function similar to the randomize bubbles function, except it should. I see it down here, but it's not working. I'm not seeing it. Debugging issues is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking long term how to keep the code maintainable. I know it doesn't matter. Like this is not like how you should be doing this. I'm thinking more or less if I wanted to expand upon this in the future, like this is what I would need to do. While it does that, I'll be right back. Do we see him? Chat. Do we see any particles falling? All I see is bubbles rising. Yeah, I don't either. Uh, we'll get there eventually, Landsy. I wanted to focus on these two aspects first before I added light rays to it. Because as you can see, like even with this, like right, you know what I mean? Like we've been at this now for 3 hours. I can take you iteration through iteration. Like we started off here. This is iteration 1, and then we went to this is iteration 2 with the noodles. Iteration 3 with the gradients. Which you like this one? The noodles and the non-gradients? Or this one with the gradients? Well, the way to go about this is if I alright. So this one. So there's ways of doing it. We just have to I have to copy all this. Wait, what the heck was that? What is this? Why did I see this before? What? Why did it just now show the frickin' it was like a sub. It's like a sub. Oh, there's fishing. Oh my god. This is how I know that at least this AI is not replacing anyone anytime soon. Yeah, it's a baby drone fishing for Cthulhu's. Man. What I could do is tell Claude to look at these. Since it wasn't able to pick that up initially. I still don't see the particles that it's referring to. And it could be that I'm just not looking at the big picture. But I still don't see them. I only see bubbles. Uh, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm looking for particles that start somewhere around here, and they slowly drift down to the bottom floor. And I'm just not seeing any particles whatsoever. I see bubbles. Bubbles are fine. Bubbles go up. But I see no particles that are supposed to be floating down to the ocean floor. Make them bright pink so that I can see them. And this is the only issue with getting some of these a lot of the animation issues stem from testing and probably me not prompting well. I literally do not see these. I will say this: sometimes um, Claude ends up using a lot of memory. When you're going back and forth talking to it like this in a browser form. If you have other browsers up and you're trying to use them all simultaneously, it just won't work. You'll get stutters and Yeah, I don't see. All right, where'd you want me to go? Debug message. Ah, Doc drinking water. Say less. Say less. GG. GG. Good pull. Yo, Jordan. Welcome in. Good to see you. Yes. Yes. Well, honestly, I have the broccoli hat is always available. It's a channel redeem. Welcome in. Good to see you. Oh, it's Broccoli Man. There we go. There you go. There you go. Welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Currently trying to debug Claude to figure out where the heck the come on. Why the particles aren't working. How you doing? Happy Saturday. I did all that. I did that. It's not no. No. It's I'm running this locally. It should just work. Yeah, I'm getting a little frustrated with this. No kidding. Okay, you've simplified it. Oh, we're lagging. I still don't see. So I told Claude to use bright pink for the particles that are going to be falling to the floor. This was Claude's first iteration, and then we went to the second one with the noodles, and then the third one. This got gradients back into the scene. Then we added bubbles. Then we fixed the bubbles for randomness. And then I've been attempting to get the particles to show up the same way that the particles were floating down to the bottom of the floor in this scene. That's what I was expecting to come about, and I have yet to actually crack it. Um, even this is all wrong. And so I told it, I was like, "Hey, make the particles bright pink so that I can see them when they fall." And as you can see, like I still can't see any of these particles. Like, is there a bright pink particle in there somewhere? Because I certainly don't see one. I'll give it some time, but I'm very perplexed. And so what I will do, you're asking me about the console though? Yeah, there's nothing in the console. Oh, a syntax error, you say? Yeah, that one I see it. Hmm. Do we see? I don't see any bubbles. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't see any particles that are bright pink. But you asked me about something different. You asked me about the console. Console messages. Console. I see no console messages. Hey, now they're working. Okay. But this is the only issue I have with this is one moment. I Oh, beans. That's not what I wanted to do. Edit. Copy that. Paste that. Save. Now we're going to do this. Now we're going to do F12. And yes, so now we have the particles. So yes, whatever you're doing, you should now... You should probably copy that. And add that to what we had before. Because this is the only issue I have. What happened to our waves? What happened to our bubbles? Like yes, this now works. Like, thank you for troubleshooting it. But unfortunately, we lost some of the elements that made this so dynamic and iconic. Unless, yeah, it's not going to do it. There we go. Hopefully this works. I won't be taking off my Broccoli Man hat until it works. Which could be a while. We've been at this now for 3 hours and 30 some minutes. Sure. 2 minutes social. Water, tea, coffee, smog, smudge, edible, Danish, donut, delectable. Whatever your heart's desire, you're free to do so at the end of the timer. Speaking of donuts, though, the YouTubes are up and running. I was able to get Wednesday's donut escapades up on the YouTubes. On the YouTube. So that should function just fine. Just like this. Oh. Okay, these are good. These are good. These are good particles. Yes. Uh, More gradient like. I forget what that term is. More adjusted for the background itself. I totally butchered that word. No, I wanted the same amount of particles. I just didn't want them to be as noticeable. Now I can't see them at all. Yeah, this is why you changed them in their color. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now I see them. Here, I'll show you on the larger screen so we can all view them together. So they're not going to start off right away either. But here's a few. They're drifting down. Here's one that's drifting down. Here's one that's drifting down. All right, so I want more. How many bubbles do we have? We have the same amount of particles as we do bubbles. I mean, it could be that we. Hang on. I want to copy this. I want to look at this code. By look at. I mean, visually look at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's not wrong. We should probably just double up the particles. We'll get there, Moon Dies. We'll get there. Do you know how long it took to just get the bubbles to function the way they are? The bubbles are supposed to be randomized in their starting position. That looks much better. All right, GG. GG. Okay. Um, I don't know why, but like, I'm blanking on what to actually create next in this. Um, I know that we need. We need some fish. Is that what you're saying, Moon Dies? We need to create some fish. I want to confirm. Yeah. I can let me pull that open real quick, Landsy. Yeah, but I'm almost here's where I'm at. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna start a new chat. We're gonna paste in that. Oh god, I can't believe I'm doing this. Like that looks good. Grandpa, I'm gonna ignore you for right now. Wow, that is a tiny image. Oh no 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 no! I saw the glowing eyes. Hang on. I mean that's not bad. I'm just I always get leery when it goes directly off of images I gave it. Uh, no. Yeah, I'm pretty sus too. Okay, Moon Dies, I am sus. I need a duck. Yeah, that's what that. Ah. So now you guys can appreciate, I think, a little bit more. Um, what I had to go through in order to create all those scenes with Claude. Like, I was literally doing this for many hours at a time, and I would start. I basically took it and I took each scene and I tried to break it down into. Once I realized like how long it was going to take, I tried to break each scene into different elements, and then use Claude to write specific elements that I could then use in the future. Oh, what you got here? I see one tentacle. How Yep, I just see one tentacle. How many tentacles does an octopus have? Is it 8? 8. And they're called arms, not tentacles. Yes, you're 100% correct. Oct Oct is 8, and hence octagon. Or October. Well, October is 10. No, it inferred. But do you see this? Like, I still only see the one. Wait, October 8th, September 7th, December 10th. What are you? So 8 8, 9 7, 10 10, 12 10. No, they're not animated. They're visible, but they're not animated. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Deca is 10. I forget what Sept is. Sept is 7. Yeah, they are stacked. I'll make a move. Nope, nope. Boy, oh boy. I like how it's got the suckers on here, too. Even though we can't see them. Just want to confirm. I don't see it. I would expect to see it in here. Oh, you're right. They're totally it's stacked on top of each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got eyes that can see. As long as I got my glasses with me. GG, Lanzy. That's what I've been trying to tell you for the past, I don't know how many times. How many times do I have to tell you, Claude, that I can't see what you're describing and I only see static? How many times must I tell you? Social timer when the memory comes back. It works. Hey, there they are. 2-minute social timer's gone up because I am flabbergasted. All right, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five different times. I kept telling Claude, I only see one. I only see it in static. I don't see any movement. 5 times it took Claude to realize with a screenshot that what it said existed didn't exist. Also, the random one that's not attached to the ground. Cheers. Cheers with that. I'm gonna drink some water. I have my nice little drinkable. Okay. Now, this is great. I don't want it to rip on Claude right now. Because again, it could be that I envisioned something and didn't articulate it in the writing. But these do not look like tentacles to me. For all I know, this could be seaweed. Yeah, they got a wiggle. Um, uh, not the wiggle I was thinking of. Unfurl upwards with movement. That would look like a tentacle. Wowzers. Look at this guy. He makes a couple giant jabs, almost reaching the top of the waves. It's because so the reason why they look like porcupine quills is because I'm not focused. I'm not focused on the overall look. Tentacles with the suckers on their with the suckers on them like this. They're hard. They are hard to come up with. But you're right. Like they should curl more. They should be like. Let me copy this image, for example. gonna paste this image in here, and then I'm gonna tell Claude. Yeah, coil those tentacles. This is a hard animation to get down. Let's see. I'm thinking about this, and knowing how difficult. Like this guy, what is he doing? This is the guy that's the funniest to me. Like he shrinks, and then he goes up, and then he comes down, then he comes back down, and then goes up again. It's like, what are you doing? I almost feel like we need to eliminate this half of the screen. We need to focus on like these three tentacles over here and get these three working correctly. And then I have no idea what's up with this guy though. I almost want to leave him in just for comedy's sake. Yeah. Try to be different. But it's also funny. It's like when I pose the questions, sometimes Claude will be like, "Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right." It's like I know that's what you're programmed to say, but you don't need to tell me that every single time. Okay. All right. That's cool too. If the tentacles don't work, let's just delete them from existence. Yep. Makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Um I have no words. Like what? You did something here. You made an interactive artifact here. Then you wanted to create the animations to show wave-like motions traveling through each tentacle segment. And then you replace the simplified with HTML and wave motions, and then you just you said a lot of things, but then you inevitably eliminate all of them. Cool, thank you. I think if that's not poetic enough for me to visually need to end the stream, I don't know what is. Let's see if these credits work. Do they work? No, of course not. All right. Well, I guess I'm reading them aloud. Thank you for the follow, the man 8631. Our resubs from Trail Mix, Aluzo, Nowhere C, Bobby Bats, and of course my wonderful mod Lanzy for being here. Don't you worry. I know I know exactly what we're rating because I don't look. I don't get the opportunity to rate in to this person a whole lot. So I'm taking advantage of it. All right. Grab your raid stamps. Oops. Yeah, so that's everything for me tonight. I appreciate you all for being here, for helping me try to work through these tactical difficulties that we had on stream. But you got to see what I had to endure all those times when I was working with Claude to try and update my OBS scenes. Now I hope that you can appreciate all the effort that went into that. It wasn't just easy peasy lemon squeezy. No, sir. I had to work through many iterations to get to where it was when I eventually had it come to be. We'll be back streaming again tomorrow, and that's at noon Eastern time. We'll be playing some board games on BGA. Other than that, I thank you all for being here. I hope you have a great night. Be sure to drink plenty of water. And until next time, I will see you later. Bye!